think if you asked all the Phillies fans who have come out to Pittsburgh for this weekend series, they've enjoyed themselves. This is a great city, great ballpark, and the Phillies have won 1 of 2, and today they get a chance for a series victory against a very good team. It's the final game of this 3-game series here in Pittsburgh. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Matt Stairs. We get ready for Vince Velasquez to take the mound today against Jameson Taillon for the Pittsburgh Pirates. 2 very good young pitchers. For Velasquez, you talk about young, you talk about strikeouts. I mean, he's averaging more than 10 strikeouts per 9 innings of work. It's a pretty impressive run.
Well, it is, and it's having a power arm, very good curveball, changeup. He's mixing in that BP fastball, but really it's the power arm that really gets him there.
All right, so look at this here. You compare him to Cole Hamels, Kurt Schilling, the first 16 starts of a season, 10.3 strikeouts per 9 innings or more. That is great company. Now, last time out, he didn't have great stuff. He was a little bit wild. He walked 4, but he still managed to give the Phils a chance to win the game.
Well, he gave a chance to win the game because he has a very good fastball. His fastball was down the zone. 2 strikes, he knew when to elevate the fastball. But really had a pretty good tempo. He didn't have the greatest command of his curveball, but he didn't need to this day because his fastball was moving very well down in the zone, getting a lot of ground balls. And when he needed to throw some curveballs, he threw some quality curveballs. But all in all, he lived in the corners with his fastball. That's why he threw very well that day.
All right, so a no decision in that ball game. It wound up being a 2-1 loss by the Phillies. But today, he's going after win number 9, and he's hoping his offense can get more going than yesterday, although Odubel Herrera's had himself a fantastic series.
Well, he's hitting with confidence. He finally got his weight underneath him again. He's using his legs. First game right here, it's his ball to left center, drives it. You know you hit the ball well when McCutcheon can't make the play in the center field. You know, he was going through a little slump of about a week where he wasn't using his lower half. As you can see right there, he's waiting on the ball. He's hitting the ball where it's pitched. Fastball in, curveball in, he's turning on the ball. When the fastball's away, he's driving to the left field. So that was the one thing where he got in trouble with, was a fastball away. If you don't have that lower half, you're going to hit the weak fly balls. But finally, the last couple of days, he's using his lower half, and he has better balance.
All right, well, he is still in the number 2 spot. Pete Mackanin has changed his leadoff hitter for this afternoon's ball game, but Odubel is still batting second. Cesar Hernandez will lead it off. As we mentioned, it will be Vince Velasquez, his 17th start of the year. Jameson Taillon, one of the young prospects for the Pirates, making his 7th start in the big leagues. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota. For great summer deals, visit your local Toyota dealer or buy at Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank. The next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phils. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. Well, back here in Pittsburgh, we get set for the finale of this 3-game series. It is game number 100 for the Philadelphia Phillies. 2 young pitchers on the mound. Jameson Taillon is warming up as we speak, wearing the Pirates uniforms from the 1970s. Let's take a look at the Phillies lineup, brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Cesar Hernandez leads it off at second base, then Odubel Herrera and Andres Blanco. Ryan Howard bats cleanup. Carlos Ruiz does the catching. Freddie Galvis hits 6th. In the bottom third of Ashley, Borges, and Vince Velasquez. And there is Jameson Taillon. He's the 24-year-old from Woodlands, Texas. 2nd overall pick by the Pirates. The same year the Nationals took Bryce Harper and the Orioles took Manny Machado. Machado went 3rd. Taillon went 2nd. Harper went 1st. He's been okay so far in his first big league season, after going 20-23 in the minor leagues.
He's been getting better. His last 2 outings, he's throwing the ball well, due to the fact that he's throwing his changeup down the zone. He's having confidence. Take a look at the scouting report. 94.5 on his fastball. He is a 3-pitch pitcher. Changeup legs hitting 100. Curveball $154. And it's his fastball that gets him in trouble at 326.
Cesar Hernandez swings at the first pitch and throws one into center field.
Fastball legs hitting 328.
Well, Cesar came into this ballgame hitting .359 when swinging at the first pitch. He's not necessarily your prototypical leadoff hitter, but after a couple hits yesterday, the Phils decided to put him in the top spot. Here's Odubel Herrera, and he's part of our Geico quote of the day about his improved hitting. It was getting pretty ugly for about a week there, so it feels good to get some hits. That's my job, to get hits, be successful, and help the team win. I really don't go into many slumps, so it's hard to try to fight your way through it and stay positive. When I get a hit, I am happy. And he's not alone. He is 6 for 9 in this series. He's also walked 1 time. Taillon is a long armor. You can see that from the beginning.
Yep.
6'5", 240 pounds. Scouting report says that he doesn't throw as hard as Glasnow yesterday, but his fastball so far is better than Glasnow. Third baseman David Freese is playing in, even with the bag. Ground ball foul, and it's 0-2 to Herrera. So in July, you want to talk about up and down, peaks and valleys. 320 from the first week. Next 10 days, 074 with 8 strikeouts. I think that's the key, the 8 strikeouts. In the last 5 days, 333.
Well, 074 is better than 0.
That's true, Matt. Way to be optimistic about it.
Thank you.
Well,
hitters will go up and down the whole year.
He's raised his average 9 points in this series alone.
Well, there you have it. Right back where he needs to be.
Curveball rolled foul, and it remains 0-2.
You know, that's the key for hitters, is when you don't have your lower half, or your timing's off, or you're not picking the rotation up and still just going out and battling and continue working, because you know that you have such great eye-hand coordination. You're a very good hitter. It's going to turn around eventually. That's why you need to just keep on battling day in and day out. Work harder. Try to maintain being positive, which is very hard to do. The hits will come.
Throw over to first base, and Hernandez is back. Looks like he got stuck in the mud over there first. Cesar has stolen 7 bags. He's been caught 5 times. That scenario yesterday where we were talking about him running, Pete McCadden said, yeah, we wanted him to run. They think he might be a little gun shy because he's gotten caught 5 times and picked off a few times.
Well, it's interesting. It'd be interesting to sit down and ask Cesar where he's looking at the runners. If the pitcher, if he's watching his feet, if he's watching his shoulders. All pitchers will tip when they're going home. It's just eventually of trying to figure out when they're doing it or what they're doing with it.
And he's picked off. That is something that happens quite often with Cesar, more often than you'd like. Right-handed pitcher picks him off. Goes down as a caught stealing. 1 away.
Whatever it was, he wasn't looking at the right spot. You can see he broke a little bit towards second base.
Again, it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Herrera. Swing and a miss. 2 outs. First strikeout for Taillon. That'll bring Andres Blanco to the plate. Time now for our Nissan keys to the game.
Well, key number 1, bear down Phillies hitters with runners in scoring position. Last couple of days has been a little tough. And number 2, Vince Velasquez, hot day equals throw strikes and get the D off the field.
Yeah, he was kind of up and down in his last start with those walks. Still was overpowering at time. One ball and no strikes. Now Cesar getting caught stealing there.
That's not part of the key.
But you still want him to bear down a little bit on a hot day.
Yeah. So with him being at first base,
you want to put an addendum to your key?
It should be hot day plus stay on base, make third D stay on the field.
Yeah. Andres Blanco 4 for 7 in the series. 2 hits yesterday, 2 hits game 1. That one's hit well out toward right center field. It is gone. Solo home run for Andres Blanco. And the Phillies take a first inning lead. Well, the right fielder Matt Joyce barely moved. Center fielder Starling Marte didn't move. And for Blanco, it's his 4th homer of the year. Today's Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant was Calvin Featheroff. And Calvin, you've won $200 thanks to Andres Blanco here in the first inning. Stop by McDonald's today and enjoy the new McPick 2 for $2.50 menu. I'm loving it.
93-mile-an-hour fastball, supposed to be low and away. Too much to the plate. Very good swing. Early lead.
Well, now Ryan Howard is the batter. Howard. He whacks that first pitch into right field. That'll be a base hit. Matt Joyce will play it off the scoreboard, and Howard will hold up at first. That's a long single for Ryan Howard, but he's aboard. 3rd hit of the day.
You see a lot of long singles in this ballpark.
Yeah, that's not uncommon what just happened there.
No, not a bit. You know, and one thing too, even if it gets past the right fielder, there's that little brick wall below the scoreboard where if you play it right, it'll pop right back to you and up a little bit and give you a really good chance to throw people out at second base.
Here's Carlos Ruiz. Carlos 4 for 7. Breaking ball. It's in there. Overall, Carlos hitting .258. 3 home runs, 11 runs batted in. Chopper to second base. Harrison is up with it. And that'll do it for the Phils here in the first. But they take the early lead thanks to the home run by Andres Blanco. To right center field. We'll go to the bottom of the first. It's the Phillies 1 and the Pirates coming up. Here at PHC Park. Let's take a look at Clint Hurdle's lineup for today. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. It'll be Jaso, Polanco, and Freeze, followed by Marte, Joyce, and Harrison. And the bottom third of Diaz making his first major league start. Sean Rodriguez at shortstop, and Jamison Taillon on the mound. And they'll face right-hander Vince Velasquez. Velasquez 8-2 with a 3.15 ERA. Matt, you think about his first full season of the big leagues. I don't think you could ask for much more than what he's done. No, he'd get a big check mark for me, that's for sure. He's a guy going up there. He competes every day. Even if he doesn't have the greatest stuff, he's learned how to pitch. You take a look at the scouting report, just under 94 mile an hour on his fastball. He is a 4-pitch pitcher. Tremendous record. 3-0 with a 1.88 since coming off of the dead arm, fatigue arm, tired arm, whatever you want to call it. Here's John Jaso to lead it off. Jaso had a couple hits in game 1 of this series, 2 for 6 overall. Batting .268 with 4 home runs and 25 runs batted in. Oh, 2. Jaso batted leadoff yesterday, batting leadoff again here today. Do you like the black pants, yellow top? Well, I always like when you mix it up a little bit here. I like their uniforms from the early 70s that they wore last year. Odubel Herrera taking a circuitous route for that ball. One away, and that'll bring Gregory Polanco to the plate. Well, yesterday the Phillies had another player leave the game. It was Cameron Rupp, who turned at the last minute while Glasnow's fastball came inside. Unfortunately, he did turn, got hit right on the ear flap. He was checked for a concussion during the game, and he was deemed okay, but they decided to give him an extra day today. So Murph, Rupp out, Franco out, and the Phillies hope that they'll be back for the Monday game against the Marlins. Yeah, the news is generally good about both players. Cameron Rupp today went through what they called strenuous exercise. They tested him this morning, then he went through an exercise program, then they tested him again for concussion symptoms, and he passed with no problems whatsoever. He's actually available to pinch hit today if need be, so that is good news. He also came out and caught the pitchers in between the innings as Carlos Ruiz was getting his equipment on. So Cameron appears to be okay. Maikel Franco also took some swings today, still felt some soreness in that wrist for when he got hit on Friday night, so he is still listed as day-to-day. I would imagine if need be, he could pinch hit as well, but they're just being a little cautious with both these guys to give them a little extra time to heal. And also, guys, you know, there's been a handful of batters that have been hit in this series by Pirates pitching, and there was a lot of conversation about that in the clubhouse today. The Phillies team not happy about it, not happy with all their guys that have been drilled during this game, whether or not it was on purpose or by accident. It's a lot when you're talking about 4 and 5 guys getting hit by pitches, so it'll be interesting to see what happens later on today in this game. Yeah, you know, Pete McCadden, after yesterday's ball game and just talking to him last night, he said, I understand that teams have a game plan to pitch inside. He said, but that young man that started yesterday's ball game couldn't pitch inside, so why have that game plan? No, I would agree. And, you know, unfortunately, you know, Cameron took that one in the ear, but I mean, one thing you got to protect your own players. You got to stand up for your players. Line drive down the right field line, foul. You know, and it's not the fact that what you do is you send a message of saying, learn how to pitch inside or change your routine. If you can't throw inside for strikes or to move feet and you end up having to drill people. Charlie Manuel was a big guy you didn't have to get hit by a pitch. If you threw a fastball inside or up and in consistently, someone on the other team was going to wear it. Until they learn how to pitch inside, hang with it. That's what was going to happen. And clearly the guy yesterday had no idea how to throw a fastball really inside. Didn't. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Polanco. 1 for 8 in this series. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 1 for Velasquez. And there are 2 outs here in the first. Good velocity right here. Even though he missed his target, it's still down in the zone. Knee high at 94. Here's David Freese. Freese started yesterday's ball game at third. Also played a little bit first base. 1-0 Phillies on a home run by Andres Blanco in the top of the first. On the inside corner. Really not too much to read into yet with his velocity, because as we've seen since he came back from the dead arm, sometimes it takes him a little bit of time to get it rolling.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit 94.
Yeah.
A couple at 89. First pitch of the game was at 89. That was 89. I'm thinking that might have been his BP fastball.
Over to third base. Charging is Blanco. He's up with it and casually throws over to first. An easy inning for Vince Velasquez as the Pirates go down in order. 12 pitches for Velasquez. We'll move to the second. 1-0 Phillies. A reminder, the Phillies return home for just 3 games before they hit the road again. 16-19 on the road, and the 3 games are against the San Francisco Giants. Tuesday, August 2nd, Wednesday, August 3rd, and then Thursday, August 4th is a Citizens Bank Business Person Special, and also a Pride of the Phillies print featuring Ryan Howard and Carlos Ruiz that they'll be giving out to all fans. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. We go to the second. Freddie Galvis leads it off. Galvis rolls over on the first pitch. And 1 quick out. In between innings, as usually is the case, Juan Samuel will chat, particularly with the Latin players, and he was talking to Cesar about being picked off, or I guess in baseball terms, caught stealing, but he was picked off. And they were talking about just trying to get the jump. Cesar just misread the pitcher. And Matt, they always say when you get picked off by a right-handed pitcher, that just shouldn't happen.
Right. That's just lack of concentration, or you're looking at the wrong area. Always look at the feet. Some people say look at their hips, the shoulders. I guess the bottom line is, when in doubt, just shorten your lead.
Here's Cody Ashe, who is hitless in this series, hitless in his last 21 at-bats. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Cody's left a lot of runners on base this weekend. He knows it too. And it's 1-2. His average has slipped to 226. .95 from Taillon, who in his last start went 6 innings, struck out 3, allowed 5 hits.
Interesting to see the defensive alignment with Cody Ashe playing him to pull, where yes, he 46% of the time hits the ball to right field. But he does spray the ball. The other 54% are up the middle or to the left field. Pull in the infield, Oppo in the outfield. It's usually how a left-hander is played.
On the outside corner, strike 3 looking. Second strikeout for Taillon. Awfully tough pitch.
That is, it's a tough pitch. You kind of give up on it, the backdoor curveball. I always say a backdoor curveball never catches the plate. But I'm a hitter. And I'm a left-handed hitter, and I know I couldn't hit that pitch.
Peter Borges pops the first pitch up foul. Peter batting 8th in today's game. Hitless in this series, 0 for 10. Say this about Taillon. He gets it. He's like Zach Eflin. He gets it and he's ready to go.
Yep. Which is good.
Probably took him longer than people expected to make his major league debut. If you read some of the scouting reports from when he was drafted by the Pirates, folks thought he was the best pitching prospect to come out of Texas. That's not going to sit well. Come out of the state of Texas since Josh Beckett.
No, this is not fun. When you see a pitch this close to your head, again, you need to learn how to throw inside. Even though the target was inside and it was about belt high, it's not a fun game when you're throwing baseballs around people's ear flaps.
Comes back and throws a breaking ball. Borges strikes out. 3 strikeouts through 2 innings for Taillon. We'll head to the bottom of the second here in Pittsburgh. Phillies on top 1-0. With Independence Blue Cross. They're part of a national system of Blue Cross and Blue Shield plans that cover more than 100 million members across the country. Live fearless. Learn more at ibx.com/biz. Bottom of the second, Starling Marte will lead it off. It'll be Marte, Matt Joyce, Josh Harrison.
.103 in the field, Tom.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what was hot this morning. The dugout was hot. And I guess because of the black floor. Yes, it does. No balls and 1 strike to Marte, hitting .311 with 7 homers and 35 runs batted in. Playing center field, Andrew McCutchen gets the day off today. Parrott was hot today too. He's got a big hat to cool himself off.
Seriously, put yourself in that uniform, that outfit. That fanatic. Well, actually, the fanatic's a real fanatic, so he's used to wearing that. But when you heard it's 89 degrees and partly cloudy, but it's 103 on the field. Be a good way to lose some weight, I think.
That's right. It's your own personal outdoor sauna.
Just don't pull a Russell Martin.
That's. We shouldn't laugh.
No.
But he's okay.
He's okay.
Toward the end of your career, did you even sit in the dugout on days like this?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you?
Yeah, I had my coat on and everything.
Over toward the hole, and that's a base hit for Marte. First hit of the day for the Pirates.
Trust me, sitting on the bench watching a big league ball game, you don't mind to be a little hot and sweating a little bit because you're nice and loose when you go up to hit. Plus, you're sitting down there, best view in baseball, playing one of the greatest games of all time, and you're a professional athlete. So. And when they say you put lettuce on top of your hat sometimes to make it cool, it doesn't work.
Have you done it?
Try to.
Did you put cabbage in there too?
I don't know.
Here's Matt Joyce. Joyce playing right field.
Drink a lot of water. Hydrate.
Runner goes, pitches outside. Ruiz's throw to second is high, and Marte has swiped his 34th bag of the season. '74 stolen bases for the Pirates, third, or I should say fourth in the National League in stolen bases.
Well, he didn't get a very good jump, but he picks up a lot of speed and goes in hard. Doesn't take him very long to steal a base.
No, he also had an excellent slide too. You know, we talk about sliding past the bag. His range was good. Joyce takes outside, 2-0. Outside again, so 3 balls and no strikes. 4 starts since coming back off the disabled list. Velasquez is 3-0 with a no decision his last time. An ERA of 1.88 coming into today's ball game. Just walked Joyce on 4 pitches. And that'll bring Josh Harrison to the plate. Harrison's had some good numbers against the Phillies recently. His last 30 at bats, he has 14 hits. He's hit in 6 straight overall. Two for 6 of the series.
Yeah, Vince over the last 4 games has had 25 strikeouts. He has had 8 walks. But I think his walks have come like that last at bat versus Joyce, where he's trying to be just a little too fine versus the left-handers. Instead of trying to maybe aim for the outer third and let the ball tail away a little bit, it seems like he's starting it on the corner, and it's never ever given a chance to be a strike out of the hand. good fastball right there. Good location. And even though it was supposed to be outer, setting up away, it came back in with good movement. But the key, it's down in the zone. You can miss with your target down in the zone. Good pitch.
Yeah, been in. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Not as close as you think.
Taillon did that to Borges. Live ball right field. That should slice back into the seats, and it does by a pretty good amount. Remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Phillies will hit the road again. After this, they'll head to Miami for 3 games. And then 4 against the Atlanta Braves.
Then a long homestand.
Well, at some point it'll be made up. Pirates will actually wait for the Seattle Mariners. A little interleague baseball.
2-game series.
Not a bad jaunt for Seattle. They're coming down from Toronto.
It'll take longer to get to the airport and go through customs than it will to fly here.
Swing and a miss. He got it with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Well, it's nice when you have that in your repertoire.
It is. It's very good to know that you have this in your back pocket, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Probably was a strike anyway. Height-wise was pretty good. You can see it was very late on it. But it comes back to the first pitch where Harrison wanted to bunt, pulled it back for a strike. For guys that throw hard and that have a lot of strikeouts, last thing you want to do is give a strike away. Either you're going to bunt it or attack early. I mean, at least that's how I would look at it if I'm facing a guy that, we saw his numbers in the open with the strikeouts per inning.
Right.
Per 9, what, a little over 10?
10.3. Here's Diaz making his first major league start. And that ball gets away from Ruiz. He buried a slider. Runners will advance. It's only the 8th wild pitch while Carlos is catching. But it puts 2 runners in scoring position. Well, that's what we're talking about. Hamels in 06 averaged this. And Schilling, 11.4 in 98.
But look at the innings, 123 innings after 16 starts. Compared to 112, 90, 85.2. Call that a workhorse?
Oh, he was a workhorse. Diaz called up for the 2nd time. MLB Pipeline rates him as the number 8 prospect in the Pirates organization. Saw his numbers in very limited at bats in the minor leagues. He's coming back from arthroscopic surgery on his shoulder. Inside. He is up here because Eric Fryer is on paternity leave.
Got a set of twins.
God bless him.
Clint Hurdles has that. He just has that voice where you can hear him all over the stadium.
Can. It's like Bobby Cox. Remember Bobby Cox?
Yeah.
I know you didn't watch a lot of games, but back then, but
I could hear him.
But it's amazing how you could hear him. Over to third base. Blanco charging. Does he have a play at home? Nope. He's going to get the out at first. That was the right play.
Yeah.
There's just too much speed for Marte. You try to manage the inning, which is what Blanco did. It's a 1-1 game. And the RBI for Diaz. You know, if it was hit a tad harder, Matt, maybe they had to play at home. But even with that, I mean, he's going on contact and he flies.
Well, he's going on contact and he's getting an unbelievable jump. You see him at third base. No hesitation at all. I tell you, it would have been very close. Would have been very close, but it would have been a perfect throw.
Exactly.
But I agree with you. The right call by getting the out at first base and getting the second out.
Fastball at the knees. You a little surprised that Joyce didn't go to third on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. It's a contact play. You know that you're getting a sign from your third base coach. If he's either going to give the little pick of the pants, or he's going to do like the hand over the left hand. He's going to give a sign saying that he's going on contact. The only thing maybe Joyce froze on was because the ball was hit towards third base, and he couldn't determine if he wanted to, get there. You see Joyce at second base. The ball is hit to third base, so he's freezing. He doesn't want to run to the tag.
You know what? I guess that makes sense because Blanco's not too far in front of the bag.
Right.
He could go back and make that tag.
And you really can't determine how far that ball is bouncing back towards third from the point of contact.
Out to center field. That's well hit. Herrera's going back on it. It is over his head, and the Pirates take the lead. Rodriguez, an RBI double. 2-1 Pittsburgh. That's pretty good bat to have in your 8-hole for the Pirates with 10 home runs and 13 doubles.
Well, it's too good of a pitch to the 8-hole hitter with the pitcher hitting behind him.
Yep.
I mean, I know he didn't mean to throw it there, but
Yeah, but you talked about that yesterday, and you're right on about that. First base is open. Here's Taillon. Taillon 0 for 8 with 7 strikeouts. To the right side, Cesar Hernandez will wait for it. Well, Matt, I think what you were saying was right on. Pitch it a little differently to a guy like Rodriguez with Taillon in the on-deck circle, but instead the Pirates take the lead. It's 2-1 as we go to the third. question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. Please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, Matt, who were the last two teams that 2016 Baseball Hall of Famer Mike Piazza played for? Last two teams. It's actually a good question. Piazza going into the Hall of Fame today with Ken Griffey Jr. If you didn't see it yet, Sports Illustrated in the Where Are They Now section this week, actually it might have been 2 weeks ago, had a story about Griffey about what he's doing now. He's living the life of Riley. He's going all over the country watching his kids play, playing a lot of golf. He's a photographer also.
Really?
Yeah, that's how he's keeping himself busy. And he had a great perspective about, you know, why he didn't get 100% of the vote for the Hall of Fame. He said, listen, he said, I was going to get in. I understood that. I was realistic to that. He goes, so a writer or two decided to vote for somebody else because they knew I was going to get in. I have no problem with that. Like you get 10 votes as a writer.
Right, yeah. I'm just thinking that writer had a tough day or a tough night the night before and didn't see his name on the ballot. It was a little blurry.
Yeah. I do agree with that. There's some guys you think about, like, how is he not in 100%?
Thank you.
Velasquez leads it off against Taillon. Well, he may be able to beat this one out. He's a good athlete. Freeze, throws off the glove of Jaso. Well, he just boxed it over at first base, and that's a break for the Phils.
That's the dreaded ejecto glove. Been there, done it. There's a spot in your glove where if the ball hits, it will pop out.
Right by the palm.
Mine was by the left, on my left thumb. But this is a nice play. Strong throw.
Oh, no, it looked like it was in the webbing. You know, he may have stretched wrong.
Well, he might have beat it anyway. Would have been close.
No decision on the official scoring just yet.
Did I sound like a hitter right there begging for a hit?
No, you know.
I mean, if he catches, he's probably out, yes. But
well, the official score is begging along with you, Matt. He has given Velasquez a base hit on it.
as he should if he would have beat it out.
You want me to make fun of your out?
Again? Remember I used to have to spell O-U-T every time Jamie was with me?
Yeah. By the way, we should have used Jamie as our correspondent. Murph, did you call Jamie today to have him be an extra correspondent for today's telecast?
I did. He didn't call me back.
No. He is up at Cooperstown.
Yep.
For his teammate being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
He might be a little busy.
He would take time for us.
Well, apparently not.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Jamie was up at Cooperstown a few weeks ago. He played in the Legends game up there. Pitched the scoreless inning. I asked him if he threw in the knuckleball. He said, I did not throw the knuckleball. Out to right center field. That's well hit. It's going to split the gap and go to the wall. Read beautifully by Velasquez, who's already at third. He's being waved home. Hernandez to third, and he is safe because of the high throw. Safe and secure with his 7th triple of the year.
Wow, what a great read by Vince at first base. And I was watching him run the whole way. First, a nice swing right here, level swing on a fastball. He did not miss a stride at second, third, and coming home. Neither did he. He almost slid past third base.
Well, he looked back at one point. I think that knocked him off kilter a little bit.
But look at Vincent. He does not miss a turn. He hits the inside of that corner of that bag. A good athlete.
That's triple number 7 for Hernandez.
You know, it was neat was watching, especially from our view that we have, is that when Vince hit second, Cesar hit first. Third base, second base, come across home plate. Caesar gets to third base at the same time.
That wouldn't happen if, let's say, Cameron Rupp or somebody else was on the base paths. That'll get a run home, though. RBI for Herrera. Phillies take the lead. It's 3-2. Murph, what Cesar just did, you know, we've watched over the last couple days. He's streaky. There's no question about it. But what he just did is exactly what Pete Mackanin would like to see more of, even if he's down in the lineup instead of in the leadoff spot.
Yeah, Pete Mackanin moving him up in the lineup today because he has been swinging a hot bat. If you look back just over the last couple of weeks, in fact, if you go back to June 1st, he's batting over 300. He's batting 309, a couple of home runs, some RBIs. However, Pete Mackanin was talking a little bit about Cesar yesterday and saying what they need from Cesar Hernandez is more clutch base hits. They, you know, coming up big when guys are on base. We saw it yesterday. He had 2 hits, knocked in 2 runs with those 2 hits, and one of them was with 1 out, one of them was with 2 outs. And that's the kind of production that they want to see from Cesar Hernandez. They know he can hit. He's a 275, 280, 290 kind of guy, but they want him to hit in the big-time moments, and that will be part of the maturation process of Cesar Hernandez. It's what the coaches are talking to him about right now. That's what they're working on.
All right, so the maturation process, Matt. I mean, how long is this maturation process allowed, do you think? I mean, I know some players are different than others.
Some are. I think it really depends on what type of hitter you are. I mean, look, Cesar Hernandez is a contact hitter with occasional power in the gap for doubles and triples. Now, I think a lot of time a hitter has to learn later in the game, when a game's on the line, who's on the mound, pitch selection, what you're going to look for, trying to sit on a pitch instead of just going ahead and attacking every strike that you see. And I think Cesar's in that boat right now. He sees a strike, he's swinging at it. And it's not as if he's afraid to hit with 2 strikes on him or afraid to hit without strike on him. That's just the way he is. That's the way he was playing in the minor leagues, and since he's got to the big leagues.
I think Pete over the last couple of days has challenged a couple of guys. Cesar being one of them.
As he should. You know, the other day I had a key. The first game was the hitters. It's time to figure it out. You're at game 100 today.
Andres did go. He asked for an appeal. Probably would have liked it to be a little quicker, but there are 2 outs. 2-3 on the put out at first base. Here's Ryan Howard.
Ryan's first at bat, he got a first pitch fastball out over the plate. It was supposed to be a fastball inside. Line drive to right field. Well, they're going away again.
I wondered how they would approach it. Young catcher, young pitcher. I thought maybe they'd give him something soft. Howard tried to check, but he went 1-2. Tried to check again. Did he go? No.
Curveball grip going in the glove.
Strike 3 call right on the outside part of the plate. Phillies get a couple runs in the inning to retake the lead. We'll go to the bottom of the third. 3-2 Phillies on top of the Pirates. Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer. Visit DelValHondaDealers.com. By Jefferson, call 800-JEFF now or visit jefferson.edu. And by the Pennsylvania Lottery's new Mustang Instant Game. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Last of the third, Phillies enjoying a 3-2 lead. These leads, though, haven't been easy for the Phillies to keep over the last couple of days. See if they could do so here. Jaso takes high. Jaso lined to center his first time up. That last pitch looked like a pretty good pitch for a pitcher to get away with. It looked like it was over the plate, but home plate umpire Brian Knight must have thought it was high. Inside 3-0. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Gregory Polanco struck out in his initial at-bat. He bunts right between the legs of David Freese in the on-deck circle. It's 0-1.
Well, you try to surprise the third baseman, but he was so late in turning and trying to surprise everybody. He didn't give himself an opportunity to get the barrel in front of the home plate on the bunt. Instead, Joyce almost wore it in the leg. You can hear the instructions from the bench from the Pirates telling them to stay on it. It's giving them a little reminder to keep your hip a little closed in a little longer. And you can see right there. You know, a lot of times if you watch the reaction of the pitcher, the hitter, sorry, Polanco, watch what he does afterwards. Kind of slaps himself in the leg to remind himself to keep that leg back there and relax a little bit. And that's when you hear people yell, hey, stay back, stay on it a little longer. It's just a little reminder of don't leak, which means don't let that right hip go towards the first base coach, or a right-handed hitter, your left hip go towards the third base coach. A lot of times I would ask my first base coach and no one else how to look. Was it all right? Because he can see how your hips are.
Back to the screen, and it's 3-2. May have swung at ball 4 there.
Nothing worse as a hitter when that front hip leaks and then everything collapses. It feels like you're hitting uphill, and that's the reason why you hit the bottom of the baseball or you swing underneath it.
Well, this may prompt a trip from Bob McClure. I know he doesn't always like to go out early, but that's 3 walks and back-to-back walks for Velasquez. Looks like he's just opening up just a little too much.
Yep.
What do they call it? Flying open, Matt, for a pitcher?
Yep. Leaking. The front side's leaking.
On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Washington is on top of San Diego 5-3. Wilson Ramos a 2-run home run. Did you see Papelbon yesterday?
No, I did not.
All right, so he's in the game, obviously, and then the offense comes up. They win it on a Stephen Drew base hit. Remember how he used to put the helmet on and stand at the top of the step? They can make everybody think he was batting. I mean, there was no shot that he was ever going to bat. Well, it was happening yesterday, too. And they were all, you know, I was watching some of the highlights and everybody said, Papelbon might get a chance to bat here. I'm like, there's no way he's going to bat. So then Drew comes up and hits the game-winning single. He used to do that all the time.
Always.
It wasn't even his helmet. It wasn't his bat that he was that he had on. I don't even think he had one.
He doesn't. He doesn't probably have a helmet either, nor batting gloves, or an idea how to hit.
Might tell you a little different. So the trip to the mound is over with, and now David Freese, who grounded out to third his first time up. Over to third base. This might be 2. Freese does not run all that well. There's 1. And all right, we'll see if the Phillies decide to review this because of the roll by Polanco more than anything else. The roll at the end is what you have to look at. Now Cesar turning and then going toward third may force the umpires to decide that he wasn't intending to go to first base. But right here, yeah, I think they may give a double play. On that, Pete McCannon's going to go talk to the home plate umpire Brian Knight about it, and they will review whether there's a violation of the Utley rule on that particular play.
Just because of the fact that he actually passed second base.
Yeah, he was to the left of the bag. He was near enough to the bag, but he was to the left of the bag, but then he rolled, and it wasn't a full roll, but his body did turn.
It's almost the exact same as what Pilar did with the Blue Jays versus us. You can see right there, it's a perfect feed, but actually, the foot comes up high. Yeah,
but I think that's okay. He came in with his feet.
Depends on who you ask.
That's true.
I mean, his spike
Right there.
got Cesar Hernandez, and then he rolls over the bag.
Yeah, so right there, and the rule was put into place to try to preserve the health of the middle infielder. So this is the rule that we were given at the beginning of the year. Base runners should begin the slide prior to reaching the base, which he did. Base runner needs to be able to attempt to reach the base, which he did. Base runner needs to be able to attempt and remain on the base after completion. Base runner cannot change the pathway for the purposes of initiating contact with the fielder. He must give the fielder the opportunity to set up and position himself away from the base runner. The roll is where the roll is what causes the issue.
See, I think number 2 and number 4 are different because one, well, first of all, his foot is too high. It doesn't land until it hits Cesar right in the foot. But that's a good slide before the rule change. Now all of a sudden you got the roll. So if I'm going into second base and Cesar Hernandez gets that ball and he goes back towards right field, I can't veer off to go after him.
Cannot.
But even though if I have the attempt to touch second base, which rule number 2 says you have to have the attempt to touch second base.
Yeah, the rule is intended for your feet to touch the bag, not your hands.
So in other words, rule should say you need to slide directly into the bag.
Correct.
Early and stop.
Yeah, there was more to it at the beginning of the year. They've taken it down a little bit. Now, again, it's up to the interpretation of the umpires in New York that are watching it. Do they think that this roll could potentially cause harm to Cesar and stop him from making the throw to first base? We've seen it earlier this year where, yes, that has been the case. But you have to remember that all the personalities, it's not the same personality that's looking at it. It's a different one each series. So there's 2 sets of umpires, 2 sets of 4 umpires that are up watching games. It's a different set than when we were in Toronto. So you can't just assume that the rule of double play. If we understand the rule properly, then that's a violation of the other rule.
But it's the exact same slide with Pilar.
Yeah.
And Pilar actually slid earlier, and he just got stuck with the mud.
Correct.
And rolled him over.
Yeah, I thought that, I mean, if you want to deem any of them dangerous, that was more dangerous than Pilar's.
Oh, absolutely, because he actually slid more in towards the inside the bag.
Tony Randazzo is the umpire to the right. He's the crew chief. Mark Carlson is the other veteran umpire that's part of this 4-man crew. And here we go. Here's the decision. Yep.
Good call.
Yep. So that's it. So they'll put Jaso back to second base. That's the other part of it. Whether you agree with the rule or not, and I don't think many people do agree with the rule as it is in place now. It may be adjusted in the offseason, but that, you know, is the violation of the rule.
So basically, that type of play, it's called, it's just, I was going to say it's blown dead. It's not basketball.
No, it's a dead ball. Basically, that's why Jaso goes back.
Yeah.
Again, whether you even agree with that, I don't know. I mean, he was going to third no matter what happened.
So the all-important question is, how do you score that? 5-3.
5-4-3.
5-4-3.
Well, you know what? That's a good question. Pitch is inside 1-0.
Or is it 5-3 rule number or 5-4 maybe?
5-4-3, the official score just said. One ball and 1 strike to Marte.
Vince has had a little hard time with his off-speed pitches today. He's bounced a ton well in front of home plate. Hasn't got really in that. And when he does get one up in the zone, it's usually a little spin hanger going down the middle with a slider.
Sharply to third, off the glove of Blanco, knocked down by Galvis. Ball was hit sharply. Andres will tell you that's a play he should have made. It has been scored a base hit. It'll put runners on first and third. And Marte is 2 for 2.
See the hop right here. Comes up on him, and yes, if you ask him, he'd probably say I should have made the play. Nice job by Freddie Galvis coming over. You can see what Freddie is at shortstop. 10 good strides to get over. Keep it a first and third situation, which more than likely will turn into a second and third here pretty soon. Even if he tries to steal second base, Marte, I would think they're not going to throw through. But the only reason why I would say he does not try to steal second base, to leave that hole open at first base for Joyce.
He goes, pitches on the outside corner, throw to second base is in time to get Marte.
I was 100% wrong on all three.
Marte's not barking, so he did get him. That was a heck of a throw by Carlos Ruiz, right on the money. It's the 8th time Marte's been caught stealing this year. Look at this throw.
See, I just think this is the wrong time to try to steal second base when you have a first and third situation with the left-handed hitter up and the hole at first base.
Major League upgrade you can make for your everyday business printing, made from 100% sustainable pulp and high quality fibers that allow for a smooth surface and no jam copying and printing. Order by 11:30 and get same day delivery from who but WB Mason. Phillies up 3-2 as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Carlos Ruiz, who just threw out Starling Marte trying to steal, will lead it off against Jamison Tyone. I have to admit, for the time that he was drafted all the way until he made his major league debut, I thought his name was pronounced Talon. It is Tyone.
Jamison.
Yeah, he kind of has the same motion. I know you weren't there, Matt, but the Urena kid from the Marlins the other day, where the arm goes all the way back. Carlos sends it the opposite way. It is off the top of the wall. Marte's throw to second base is not in time. A leadoff double. Carlos with another base hit.
Great swing. I can't remember the last time I seen Chooch hit a ball that far to right center. He usually hits it on the line, but he does have that new stance. Hands high, directed to the ball. This is a pretty swing. The key is he went through the zone, he finished high. That's the reason why that ball carried so well.
Phillies already have 6 hits this afternoon. They have 10 hits or more in 16 of the last 28 games. Look out. By the way, if we haven't told you this yet, that young man's got a very strong arm.
He has a cannon.
Yeah.
Watch Freddie, though, how stay there. Even if he would have made contact, that's close. Even if he would have made contact, he might have been called out because you stand in front of home plate. Freddie has a tendency when he wants to bunt, everything's going towards first base.
They are going to review this. The Pirates must have seen something that leads them to believe that Carlos did not get back to the second base bag. This would be the second base running mistake of the day for the Phillies if he is called out. I think his foot's on the bag there. I don't know if now the tag's on. Oh, that's close.
I don't think his foot was on. I think it's the dirt.
You think so? Oh boy, he may be out.
That's close. See how his foot kind of pops up in the air?
You know, this has got to change, Matt, in some way, shape, or form, the base running mistakes the Phillies have made. I mean, I know there's all kinds of physical errors that people make during sporting events, but this last year and a half, we've seen so many base running mistakes by the Phillies.
Yeah, and if this one is a mistake, even though it is close and it's hard to say which way it's going to go, well, we're going to have a decision here in a second.
Here we go.
There's a man on second base, no out. The man and Freddie tries the bunt. You don't have to run to third base. It's not a force play at third base. You're reading the ball off the bat. And I understand if you're not a faster runner, you want to get a good secondary lead. But you read the ball when it's on the ground.
Pete's going down the dugout just to get himself a drink. Probably cool himself off a little bit too. Pete always says, I don't mind if mistakes are made if you're overly aggressive. He said, that's, you know, I'd rather you be aggressive than passive. I don't know if you would put that in the category of aggressive.
Well, you could put it in the category of a little too aggressive on your secondary, which they always say you want to have an aggressive secondary lead.
2-2 pitches waved at. This kid has good breaking ball. 2 outs. Tomorrow at 11, it's an all-catcher edition of Phillies Clubhouse. As Cameron Rupp talks about his success as a hitter, plus meet one of the best catching prospects in baseball. It's Redding's Jorge Alfaro. Watch an all-new Phillies Clubhouse tomorrow at 11 right here on CSN. Jorge Alfaro, of course, the Phillies were able to get in the Cole Hamels trade last year. He was injured when they got him last year. He's not injured anymore. In Redding, he's hitting .290 with 11 homers and 49 runs batted in. He has 28 extra base hits. One ball, 2 strikes to Ashe. as she strikes out for the second time today. Well, he has 2 strikeouts in each of the last 3 innings, 7 overall. On to the bottom of the 4th. It's a 1-run lead for the Phillies. Visit buyatoyota.com to find your RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go Phils. Phillies on top 3-2. Matt Joyce will lead it off. Joyce was up when Marte was thrown out trying to steal. Matt Joyce has been an excellent pickup for the Pirates. What a job in spring training. He's a veteran. He's been in the big leagues before. He has hit 5 home runs as a starter this year, 4 as a pinch hitter. 270 hitter as a starter, 280 hitter as a pinch hitter.
Because he's a very good fastball hitter.
So that pitch doesn't really meet his standards.
No.
The BP fastball or changeup. 902 games in his career. Tigers, the Rays, now the Pirates. Back toward the middle and a base hit. That breaking ball kind of hung up there for him. Phillies family packs are available for select weekend home games at Citizens Bank Park. So you get 4 tickets, 4 Hatfield hot dogs, 4 Coca-Colas for $100. Visit the ticket section at Phillies.com. Nice way to get a chance to see the Phillies in the month of August. Here's Josh Harrison. He went down on strikes his first time. Matt, there's a lot of whistling going on in the field. What's going on?
Somebody's trying to get someone's attention.
I think Rick Sofield, the third base coach, is trying to get somebody's attention. I think it's important for a coach to be able to whistle. Down the left field line, hooking. It is foul. Thankfully. 325 down the left field line.
Good thing he's just out in front of that off-speed pitch.
Just a bit.
Too late.
He did take long, so you don't blame Harrison for calling time. Matt, you asked me about these uniforms earlier. These are the uniforms they wore from 77 to 79 when they won the World Championship in 79. They wore them after that also. They had an assortment of uniforms. They had black on black, gold on black, gold on gold, white pinstripe on black, and then white pinstripe from top to bottom. Popped him up. Ryan Howard, foul territory. One away, and that'll bring Diaz to the plate. Murph, today is Hall of Fame day up at Cooperstown. Pretty special day.
Very special day, and two very deserving players going into the Hall of Fame. As we know, Ken Griffey Jr., of course, is headed in, and Mike Piazza as well. When you think back at their careers, you look at their numbers, they are just staggering. I mean, there was, you mentioned it, no doubt about it, that Ken Griffey Jr. was headed to the Hall of Fame when his career was all said and done. But Mike Piazza, certainly you look at the numbers as well, a Rookie of the Year, over 400 home runs, a career 300 hitter, one of the best offensive catchers to ever play the game. So both of them heading into the Hall, both very well deserved, certainly no questions about it. And you know, it was interesting to hear some of the coaches from the Phillies who have spent some time with those guys, telling some stories. And I think John McLaren told a great story about Ken Griffey. He spent time with him, of course, when they were both in Seattle. And he said, you know, Griff at that time in his career wasn't the kind of guy that you know, during the day could kind of walk around the mall and waste some time. So he spent his time working on his swing, taking extra batting practice. And he said one day he was throwing batting practice to Ken Griffey Jr. and Griff said, all I want is balls on the outside of the plate. I want to work hitting them to the opposite field. And so pitch after pitch after pitch, that's what they worked on. Later in the game, McLaren coaching third base, Griffey steps up, takes an outside pitch and launches one out of the ballpark. As he's rounding third, he slapped McLaren on the hand and gave him a little wink and said, thanks a lot for that. And as he crossed home plate, John McLaren just said, you know, it's those kind of memories, and he feels so very thankful for having a chance to have watched so many years of Ken Griffey playing in his prime. And I can imagine having that seat to watch Ken Griffey Jr. play was something pretty special for John McLaren.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Pete McCannon actually managed Ken Griffey Jr., which I kind of forgot about.
Cincinnati.
In Cincinnati, yeah. In fact, he told Phillies beat writers over the last couple of days, Matt Breen from the Philadelphia Inquirer, about the time that he told Griffey, I'm going to fine you $5 every time you're wearing your hat backwards. And Griffey just said, I'll write you a check at the end of the year. I told Pete, I said, I can't believe you were such a tough guy that you wouldn't want him to wear his hat backwards.
Tough guy.
Tough guy. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. Write that down, Murph.
Right.
Breaking ball in the dirt. 3-1. Well, from a Piazza standpoint, for any kid out there, there are players all around baseball. Matt Stairs is one of them. Jamie Moyer is one of them. And Piazza is one of them. Ben Davis too. But you know, for those guys, for kids out there, dreams can come true. That guy was a 62nd round draft pick. Cesar Hernandez calls off Ryan Howard. Here's a tweet from Tommy Joseph today about the two guys going into the Hall of Fame. Tommy is a pretty good student of the game. Today, two of my all-time heroes enter Cooperstown. Mike Piazza, of course, Tommy was a catcher. Still feels like he's a catcher at heart. And Ken Griffey Jr., thank you for everything you did for the game.
Well, I had very fortunate to play with against both those guys, especially Ken Griffey Jr. was with the Seattle Mariners, and Mike Piazza, not as much, but I did play a lot of winter ball versus him. Two very good professional athletes, but Mike Piazza is just the raw power he had, hitting the ball and having no idea where it was going at times.
Piazza played winter ball?
Yeah, down in Mexico.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess, he had to fight his way into being a prospect. Sean Rodriguez doubled his last time up, drove in a run. Inside. 2-1. Just don't give this guy a fastball.
Nope. Well, you can give him a fastball, just make sure it's not the same location as his first at bat.
Carlos wanted that pitch, even though they're being very careful with Rodriguez. I think he wanted that on the inside part of the plate.
Well, remember, there is 2 bases open.
Three balls, 1 strike. And ball 4. So that puts runners at first and second. And here is Tyone, who grounded out his first time up. 4 walks today for Velasquez for the 2nd straight game. I still think if you want to speed up the game, then you call those 2 pitches strikes if you're the umpire.
I thought you were going to say if you're going to intentionally walk somebody unintentionally, just say, okay, put up the 4 fingers.
Nah.
He goes to first.
I don't mind the. I mean, we saw it the other day in the Yankee game.
So you want to see the strike zone get larger?
Well, put it by the book. That's foul down the right field line. Just foul. Nice play by the ball girl.
Every single umpire is different.
They are.
They all have their different.
Yeah, you can't fight it. I mean, it's one of those things that's always up for debate.
Certain umpires are pitchers umpires. Some umpires are hitters umpires.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Brian Knight is wrong. I'm just saying that.
Right. I know what you're saying.
I'm just saying across the board, expand it a little bit. Tyone fights it off again. 0-2.
I would bring Peter Borges way in right field and actually give him a chance to throw him out at first base. Right here you can see Borges is in right field. Herrera's out in center field. One thing about you tell your center fielder is, I have everything in here. You back me up, because I'm shallow. That's the angle I'm going to take. Anything that gets in the gap, Herrera, you need to go after it. That's why you play so shallow in right field versus a slap hitter.
To right field, Borges going over, makes the catch. He didn't need to back him up there. Ball was hit pretty hard. But just to put Matt's point to bed, Odubel was going to back up Peter Borges on that particular play. Ball was hit sharply.
This is where you want to go as a right fielder. This is where you want to go as an outfielder. Let's see what happens. That's why you play shallow. Angle comes in, makes a nice play. Fly ball over his head. Odubel Herrera catches it with ease.
Wall of Fame. On Friday, August 12th, the Phillies will induct Jim Thome into the Wall of Fame. It's his first step toward Cooperstown. Tickets can be purchased for that game against the Rockies by going to Phillies.com. And remember to print free to all fans. Compliments of Toyota. This ballpark is located right along the Allegheny. There are a lot of boats out there today. Folks sometimes just spend the weekend on the water. Peter Borges leads it off and fouls it off to the right side. Borges 0 for 1, 0 for 11 in the series. Ground ball to shortstop. Scooped up by Rodriguez. One away. Time for our GMC Precision Plays of the Game. All right, Matt, what do you got here?
We're going to talk about catchers. It shoots on a straight down, getting Marte trying to steal second base. Perfect throw in the money. Nice take by Freddie Galvis. But unfortunately, Chooch is on the other end. The absolute cannon by Diaz to second base to catch Ruiz a little off the bag. And those are your GMC Precision Plays.
Well, that'll bring Vince Velasquez to the plate. He has singled and scored today. He's contributed on the mound and at the plate. Fly ball to right. Two quick outs, and Cesar Hernandez is due up.
Knew that was coming. First pitch curveball. These are having a good day. 2-line drive, 1 triple, 1 single, both off fastballs.
Opposite way, right at Freeze. Quick inning for Tyone. 1-2-3 go the Phils. 2 groundouts and a flyout. We're going to the bottom of the 5th inning. 3-2 Phillies on top of the Bucks. It's now time for our Citizens Bank minor league report. Citizens Bank, the next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. Nick Williams, 2 RBIs, a home run, 2 runs scored. Lehigh Valley defeated Louisville 8-2. Reading lost to Hartford. Andrew Poulin, 2 for 4. It seems like he's back. Mitch Walding, 3 hits and a double for Clearwater. And Derek Hall helped Williamsport defeat Batavia. The Muck Dogs. John Jaso leads it off. Leads it off for the 3rd time today. Sean Fakasny is quick on his feet, and he needed to be. That ball went into the dugout.
We have seen more left-handed hitters hit baseballs into the first base dugout.
Well, there was the one the other day, went right overhead of Rick Kranitz, and Rick said after the game, he said, I don't know how he hit it into the dugout. Rick was standing basically where he's standing now, and somehow Jaso hit one right over his head. On the outside corner, it's 1-2. He went. Now, was that the changeup, you think, at 90, or you think that was a fastball down?
That's a very good question. The way it moved, I wouldn't say it was a four-seam fastball. It's a changeup. You see the grip right there? It's a changeup.
Yeah. Then the concept is, I throw 95. I need something just to offset 95, so I'm going to throw the changeup as hard as I can, and even if it's 90, it's okay. At least in his mind.
Right. Well, I mean, it's fine if it's located well. Totally different, though, if Vince is living at 95, living at 96. But his velocity has varied on his fastball from 89 to 94.
Right. Polanco is 0 for 1. He walked his last time up. Breaking ball.
Best one of the day.
Fly ball left field. It's not deep. Ashley's got a long run. Can he get there? He dives. It's a fair ball off his glove. Polanco will get to second. It was a heck of an effort.
I mean, this is a great effort. It's a long run for Cody. Hits him in the heel of the glove. Look how far he had to come. Did a nice job of Freddie Galvis getting over there. Wow.
So he's catching his breath now as he's back in left field. David Freese is up. He's 0 for 2. The odd double play is last time up.
Again, in a lot of ballparks, that's an easy play for a left fielder. But here in PNC Park, it's so large in left field. It's huge.
And I think that, you know, let's say if it was at our ballpark or if it was at some other ballparks, Cody's not playing as deep as he is right now.
No, I mean, most ballparks, you're going to be playing in this area here. But where you play where Cody's at right now, because you need to protect anything that's hit out in the left center corner. Anything down the left field line is going to be double no matter what. You try to keep away from the triples, the left center, the 410 mark.
There is a lot of room out there.
Oh, it's huge.
On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, what's going on with the Mets and the Marlins? Well, we'll tell you. Mets are on top 1-0. Jose Reyes an RBI triple. That game's already in the top of the 8th inning. I don't know if anybody had a chance to watch it, but Giancarlo Stanton did it again yesterday. I mean, it was. They didn't have the roof and the windows and the scoreboard. The ball would have went out. Would have went out of Marlins Park. Phillies will see the Marlins beginning tomorrow. Ichiro struck out as a pinch hitter. He is still 4 hits away from 3,000 for his career. I said to Pete, I said, you hoping he doesn't get it when we watch it? He goes, no, I want to see him get it. He goes, I just hope it doesn't do any damage. Runner goes, pitches a ball, throw to third is a strike. He is out at third base. And Blanco got spiked on that. He must have cut his hand because he's calling for Sean Fakasny right away. His index finger is all cut up. Scott Sheridan is already out there. Ooh. Matt, close your eyes. I know you don't like to see blood.
Yeah, I do.
Blood and tornadoes.
These sharks. That might have to be stitched up.
Yeah. So the finger was out of the glove. I think that's what happened, right? And that's why it was spiked the way it was. This is a great throw again by Ruiz. All the momentum carrying him to the third base bag.
Good tag as well. Good throw, good tag.
Well, if Franco can't play.
It's a great shot right there. You can see his finger exposed.
Yeah.
That's the point right there where it got him, because it got caught and they drug his foot along his finger.
No, Franco can play. Here he comes. Well, he seems happy. I think Freddie Galvis is saying, hey, man, I thought you couldn't play today. Murph, did you say day to day or hour to hour for Maikel Franco? I don't remember what you said earlier today.
I'm going to update it. It's minute to minute at this point.
And there's Polanco. you gotta, if you're gonna steal third, you gotta make it. I mean, obviously, you're already in scoring position. You get your number 3 hitter up.
It's a couple of mistakes in base running today by both teams.
Polanco, you know, you can even deem his double play a mistake when he rolled into Cesar. 3-1 pitch to Freese. By the way, that pitch that Carlos threw the third, that was a ball. So now it's 3-2. Did he go? Yes, he did, says the home plate umpire Brian Knight. Velasquez tied him up with that fastball, and that retires the Pirates here in the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, another bad base running play. We'll go to the 6th.
Ross Philly of the week is taking his power seriously at his major league audition. Tommy Joseph arrived after his call-up and has sent fly ball after long fly ball into the outfield seats. His first 13 career home runs came in his first 171 plate appearances, the fastest pace in Phillies all-time history. In addition, he is among the NL rookie leaders in average, home runs, slugging percentage, extra base hits, and RBIs. This Phillies rookie is ranking, and it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless.
All right, so they're looking at a little radar right now. Tony Randazzo's to the right. Either that or they're playing Pokemon Go. I'm not sure which, Matt, is happening. There were people all throughout the city playing Pokemon Go yesterday when we were walking back to the hotel. Brian Knight, the home plate umpire, just gave Clint Hurdle an explanation on the David Freese strikeout. I can honestly say I don't think Clint was happy with the assessment. That's how you speed up the game. Call more strikes. Odubel Herrera takes outside 1-0.
Sound like a pitcher. Probably talking about the little supercell that's going to be coming through here in about 10 minutes.
Uh-oh. Is it a Renegade Storm or is it just a supercell?
Supercell. Just east of New Philadelphia right now. North of East Liverpool. If you know where that is.
2-1 to Odubel Herrera. In the air to right center field. That ball is smoked. It is gone. In a millisecond, a solo home run to Odubel Herrera. He guessed right, and he's given the Phils a 4-2 lead. His 11th homer of the year. Well, Murph, he guessed right. He got a fastball up, and he ripped it into the seats in right center field.
That is exactly what he was looking for. That's exactly what he was hoping for. 7 for 12 is Odubel Herrera in this series, and there may be a reason why he's starting to come out of that couple of week-long slump that he was in. He likes the fastball, and he saw a lot of them this weekend. You know, for guys with fastballs 94 and above, take a look at all of baseball. Odubel Herrera third in batting average at .408 when seeing guys who throw the fastball 94 and better. And we saw Garrett Cole this week. We saw Glasnow last night. And, of course, Tyone today. Those guys throw hard. And Odubel has been seeing the ball and hitting the ball. And there may be a reason for that.
Franco hits it out to shallow right field, and Joyce will run it down. All right, so here's a replay of the pitch. I guess it is surprising they are throwing him more fastballs, but he is batting second. Oof.
That's a ball out of the zone. Actually, it's high.
Yeah, it is.
It's a nice swing. Great bat flip. Loud noise. Well, eventually you have to throw a fastball to a fastball hitter if you can't get your off-speed pitches over.
Yeah.
Struck him out his first at bat on the curveball.
Phillies have 2 solo home runs today. 7 hits overall.
Good changeup. Good location on that pitch. Doesn't throw a lot of changeups, but you can see the type of movement he has in the placement. That's the reason why coming into today, Leg was hitting a dollar off it.
94.
Same spot.
Liner to center field. That ball was hit on the nose. Second hit of the day for Ryan Howard. So 1 out single, and Carlos Ruiz, who has a double today, is going to bat for the 3rd time. Ray Searage is coming out to the mound.
Freddie's having a good conversation with somebody down there in the bench.
Yeah. Saturday, August 20th, when the Phillies take on the St. Louis Cardinals. It's 7:05 start, and a replica of the Harry Kalas statue from Citizens Bank Park will be given out free to all fans. Compliments of Toyota. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. Ray Searage just had a conversation with Brian Knight. I don't know if it was Ray Searage that said that was bad, or if it was the authenticator, who we can hear down behind home plate. Curveball.
Churchfield fell that off his foot or his back knee or.
Can't get hurt because the emergency catcher already cut his finger today.
Back toe. Right on top of his foot. Cameron's good to go.
A liner to left center field. Again, a ball hit well by the Phils. Marte will track it down. That's a good swing, though, by Carlos. Two outs for Freddie Galvis. He's 0 for 2. Grounded out to first, and he struck out his last time.
When's the last time Ryan Howard had a stolen base?
I was just thinking the same thing.
So why are you holding him on at first base? If you're a left-handed hitter up, play behind him, take the hole away. I mean, I'm glad he is.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Ryan's a good fellow to have a good conversation with, but.
To the right side. Phillies will settle for the run on the home run by Odubel Herrera. 1 run on 2 hits. Here's Odubel going after a fastball. Bam. Out to right center field. Home run number 11 on the year for Odubel. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's the Phillies 4 and the Pirates 2. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Nissan. Shop ChooseNissan.com. By Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. And by WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. 4-2 Phils. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. And what has become now an overcast day here at Pittsburgh. Vince Velasquez working with a 2-run lead. We'll start things off against Starling Marte. Off the hands, out of play.
Notice how his curveball just doesn't have that big bite to it. It's like a little looper. It's almost in between a curveball and a slider right now. That's an 0-2 curveball that he wants to bury low and away or try to drop it on the back of home plate. It just doesn't have that snap to it.
Out to center field. Odubel got a good jump, but it's not going to matter. It's over his head off the base of the wall. It may help on the throw. Offline. Marte just runs so well. Marte's 3 for 3. 22 doubles on the year.
Does a good job of going with this fastball away. They had him played right in the outfield, but like I said, the ball just hit way too hard over Herrera's head to get there.
I guess that's part of the issue with not being able to command the curveball totally, is that you have to come back with a pitch that you probably missed your spot on a little bit. Matt Joyce has been on base twice. He's walked and he has singled. Playing right field today. Polanco moved over to left field. Marte moved to center field. So they shifted around their entire outfield with McCutchen getting the day off. Out to center field. That's well hit. Herrera going back, and this game's tied. Dead center field home run. A 2-run shot from Matt Joyce. And it's a 4-4 ball game. That was a no doubt about it home run.
And the location that ball tailed back out over the plate. Whew. Joyce is a very good fastball hitter and a very good low ball hitter. It's the bottom of the batter's eye.
421 feet is the estimated distance. Harrison bunts foul. It's 0-1. Shallow right center field. And Odubel's there. All right, so that was a better breaking ball right there. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia quiz answer. All right, Matt, here we go. Who are the last two teams that Baseball Hall of Famer Mike Piazza played for?
Well, I'll tell you, the first one he played for was LA. The second one was New York. Third one was San Diego. Fourth one was Oakland A's.
Okay, well, that's fine. You did miss one, but you got the answer correct. Yeah, you got San Diego and you got Oakland, so that's correct.
Well, I missed the team after LA.
Yeah. He wasn't there that long. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack.
American League or National League?
It was National League, and I watched his press conference from when he was acquired by this team, and he so did not want to be there. So I get a miss by Diaz. 1 ball, 1 strike. Reminder, the Phillies will be heading to Miami to take on the Marlins for the next 3 days, and then 4 against the Braves.
Florida?
Yeah.
Really?
Just for a short period of time, Matt.
Oh, 18 at bats.
That's right. They did not petition the Hall of Fame to have him wear a Marlins hat in the Hall of Fame. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Diaz. Fastball runs up 2-2.
Had a good year there. 278. Had a triple.
Fights it off, lines it right to Ryan Howard for the second out. And here's Sean Rodriguez, who has an RBI today and a walk. Pitcher spot is up next. Tyone is on the other end of the dugout. At least he was. And it looks like Adam Frazier's coming out as a pinch hitter. Tyone is done. Who's coming in? Well, we'll have to wait and see. They had bullpen action earlier.
Good changeup. Good movement.
I think he's still steaming out there. Not even about the home run as much as the double by Marte, which then set up the home run. I mean, he's mad about the home run, but he had Marte buried. Swing and a miss. He got him. It's one of the better breaking pitches he's thrown today. The strikeout wraps up the sixth. However, the Pirates tie it with a 2-run home run. We'll move to the seventh, all even at 4. Well, game number 100 for the Phillies had them up top 4-2 until a 2-run home run to the bottom of the 6th inning by Matt Joyce tied it at 4. Phillies have gotten home runs from Andres Blanco, who's out with a cut on his index finger, his left index finger, and a home run from Odubel Herrera. Velasquez, 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 walks. Tyone, 6 innings, 8 hits, no walks, 7 strikeouts. He wasn't bad. He's done. Velasquez may be done too. The pitcher spot is due up 3rd, and he's over 100 pitches. Here's Neftali Feliz, who's 3-0 with a 3.05 ERA. So your Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary takes us to the top of the 7th. Cody Ashley is so due. Boy, that's a pitcher's pitch right there.
It's amazing, though, when you're not swinging the bat well, how that pitch gets called on you. And you're swinging it well, it's a ball.
Off the end of the bat, diving catch by Freese over third, and that happens a lot too when you're not swinging well. I mean, it wasn't hit all that hard, but it looked like it was hit on an angle well enough to be into left field, but Freese made a fantastic diving catch.
Good reaction. Nice play.
With one out, here's Borges, 0 for 2. Hitless in the series. Swing and a miss.
He's quite a ways off that third baseline. Step and a half in the dive. Now, he did it off the end of the bat a little bit, but still, it's a very nice play.
Ramos warming up in the bullpen for the Phillies under the watchful eye of John McLaren and Jeanmar Gomez. Fastball up to Borges, 2-1. Velasquez is out of the on deck circle. Phillies and the Pirates will meet again in September at Citizens Bank Park. That's going to be a 4-game series. Begins the 12th of September. Opposite way, foul off the end of the bat. Borges 0 for 12 in this series. Jimmy Paredes does have a bat. Limited bench for the Phillies today because of the injury to Andres Blanco. They do have Tommy Joseph available too. Ball 4. Close pitch. Borges took it. It was low. Thursday, August 18th, after the Phillies take on the Los Angeles Dodgers in the end of a 3-game series for the first time at Citizens Bank Park, and hopefully not the last time. Phillies will have a post-game concert, this one performed by country music star Chase Rice. Your game ticket is also your concert ticket. No additional purchase is required. Make plans for a great post-game concert at this year's Country Music Night. Go to Phillies.com/Chase Rice for more information.
I'd be surprised if they try to steal second base. Felix throwing upper 90s, close to 100 miles an hour, and Diaz has a cannon.
Paredes lines it to center field. Marte looked like he slipped initially or froze. I'm not sure which. Either way, he's able to recover. It was a good swing by Paredes. What about now? Would you think about going now?
I don't think I would. Unless you get a tremendous jump. And I mean, it would have to be a tremendous jump because Felix, even if he does have that little leg kick, he makes up for it on with his velocity to home plate. We've seen Diaz, how he can throw.
Hernandez has singled and tripled today.
Pretty good pitch to hit right there. Cesar just fouled it straight back.
We get the breaking ball here.
Yeah, you could. You could get the slider. Fastball in. I'd say back foot slider.
Yep. Late inning heroics is what the Phillies are looking for here. We've documented the tough games last year here in Pittsburgh. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hernandez. 2-2. Line drive, base hit it to right field. That's going to get Borges over to third. Joyce's throw goes towards second. First and third with 2 outs and Odubel Herrera coming up. Boy, have yourself a weekend, Cesar Hernandez. Well, Odubel last time up was bringing the lumber, brought to you by Yellowwood brand pressure treated pine.
He was bringing a loud lumber too. Fastball up in the zone. Crushes that line drive to right center. 11th of the year.
Well, Herrera has that home run today. He's got 2 RBIs. He got an RBI and a ground out his second time up. He's 1 for 3. Playing a pull on the infield. A bit the other way in the outfield.
I would say those first 2 swings are swinging no matter what, location-wise, on a fastball.
Yeah, undisciplined swings.
Yeah.
Well, Cesar was able to get a base hit with 2 strikes. Let's see if Odubel can do the same. The young man is a very good receiver behind the plate. Interesting. Fastball in. Got him. Tied him up with 3 fastballs on the inside part of the plate. Phillies get 2 runners on, but do not score. Time to stretch here in Pittsburgh. PNC Park. They did an excellent job as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Phillies and the Pirates tied up at 4. Sunday, August 14th, when the Phillies wrap up their series against the Rockies, all fans coming to the ballpark will receive the Wall of Fame Fathead. That'll be compliments of Toyota. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. You can also check out the entire Phillies promotional schedule by going to Phillies.com. Eddie Ramos will be the new pitcher for the Phillies. He's going to have to deal with the Pirates in the dugout and the Pirates on the plank. That guy with the jersey doesn't look like a Pirate. Another nice crowd here. They've had 3 good crowds, not sellouts, on a warm weekend here in Pittsburgh. The Renegades of the Rotunda.
Talking about this guy right here?
Yeah, he doesn't look like a real live Pirate. He doesn't scare me, let me just say that much. Ramos, 14th ball game, an ERA of 4.63. So Velasquez goes 6. He allows 7 hits and 4 earned runs, 4 walks and 5 strikeouts. And he's going to face Adam Frazier, who's going to be up as a pinch hitter for Neftali Feliz. So Feliz goes 1 inning. All right, Matt. So it's a battle of the bullpens right now. It's a battle of the bullpens. It's a battle to beat the rain, if indeed the rain is coming. Low, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Ramos has been very good since coming back up. He's had a couple of outings that has caused his ERA to be where it is, but he's been put into these kind of situations. He is essentially the Phillies' 7th inning guy in tie, close, or leading games. Just the way it's broken. Awfully close with that last pitch, and now it's 2-1. His fastball will average just a hair under 95 miles an hour.
As you just saw, he does have a very good curveball.
That ball is crushed deep to right field, and the Pirates are going to take the lead. It is off the top fence in the last row. Adam Frazier off the bench, the 6th pinch hit home run of the year for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Five-4 Pirates. That is Adam Frazier's first major league home run.
Comes on a fastball. Inner third, belt high.
He only had 3 minor league home runs during his career.
You never know by the distance and the type of swing he had there.
I would agree with you on that one. Jaso rolls it foul past Nick Leyva in the first base coach's box. So the Pirates down 4-2 at one point, now lead at 5-4. Jaso today is 0 for 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to him.
Trying to figure out where it landed.
Yeah, so it landed against the fence. You see that guy in the tank top? That's who we have to negotiate with. Jaso checked his swing. He went as the third base umpire, and from way up here, it looked like he went on that. I think that guy right there has the ball. I think. Or the guy next to him. Somebody up there has it.
Check swing, he did. Surprising they haven't had the security up there yet to get the baseball.
Maybe they did. Maybe it's not the guy in the tank. I thought it was the guy in the tank top that had it. Swing and a miss by Polanco. Uh-oh. Maybe that's it.
I'm taking my ball and I'm going home.
Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts, 2 outs. All right, apparently that's where the negotiations are going on. We'll give you a year's supply of pierogies. We'll let you wear one of the pierogi outfits during the race. David Freese is 0 for 3, fouls that one off. Odubel Herrera makes the catch, and that wraps up the 7th inning. But now the Phillies really have some work to do. They're down by 1. We'll let you know what happens with the negotiations at some point, whether Adam Frazier gets his first major league home run or not. Buy Toyota. For great summer deals, visit your local Toyota dealer or buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Buy McDonald's. Stop by McDonald's today and enjoy the new McPick 2 for $2.50 menu. I'm loving it. And buy your local Ford stores. Phillies trail at 5-4 as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Time now for a Hyundai defensive play of the game. This was a pretty good play by David Freese over at third.
Yeah, well, showing some nice range to his right. One step in the dive, timing it well, robbing the Cody Ash, who definitely needed that knock right there. But unfortunately, hit to the guy who's a very good third baseman. That is your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
Well, Matt, don't get used to him over at third base because he's now playing first.
Another hot corner.
Yep. So he's at first, Gang is at third, and Jordy Mercer is on to play shortstop. Tony Watson in his 44th game. Pitched a scoreless inning yesterday. Maikel Franco up for the second time. Takes outside 1-0. Sean Rodriguez moves from shortstop to left field. And from left field to right field is Polanco. I think we got everything. Matt, you're still here, right?
Yep.
Chopper foul past Samuel. Franco came on to play third for Andres Blanco, who left with a cut. On his index finger. He was spiked, making a play at third. It'll be Blanco, or excuse me, it'll be Franco, and then Tommy Joseph's out as a pinch hitter. Inside 3-1. Hit sharply, base hit it to left center field. Well, if the wrist is bothering him, it didn't show on that swing because he got it through the zone. Tommy Joseph's going to pinch hit. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. It's time now for our greater coverage of baseball presented by T-Mobile. And Orioles slugger Mark Trumbo, well, he keeps on hitting bombs. He hit one in the first inning against the Indians today. It was number 30 on the season, the first major leaguer to reach that mark this year. It's the second straight game that he has hit one in the first inning. The steady decline of Drew Storen continues and has hit a new low. He has been designated for assignment by the Toronto Blue Jays. He had an ERA well over 6 in 38 appearances for Toronto in his first season with the Blue Jays, of course, coming over from the Nationals. And the strange story of Chris Sale has kind of come to a conclusion. Chris Sale has been suspended 5 games for his actions in the clubhouse yesterday. Before the game he was supposed to start, you've probably heard this, he did not like the idea that they were going to wear some throwback uniforms, so he took some scissors or a knife or whatever report you want to believe and damaged many of the jerseys, so they were unable to wear those throwbacks. He was sent home from the ballpark yesterday, and they have told him don't bother coming back for 5 more days. Now, he could start on Thursday. That is his next scheduled start. He is available to come back on that Thursday. However, at this point, the White Sox say that start is to be announced. So TBA for Thursday for the White Sox. But a very, very strange story coming out of Chicago.
I would have suspended him for more. I really would have. I mean, everybody does things differently, but that is just.
He didn't like the jersey. It was uncomfortable.
Seriously.
I agree with you,
I think it's so embarrassing for him and his family, and I
agree.
It's embarrassing. No balls and 2 strikes to Tommy Joseph. You know, and he is obviously on the trade market. There are different reports, and you can read into whichever ones you believe that this won't affect it. I think if you couple this with the way he reacted in spring training with the Adam LaRoche situation, he's still a wonderfully gifted pitcher. But I don't know if it would affect it. I mean, does it mean you get 4 prospects instead of 5? I don't know. But I just think it's I would have suspended him for longer. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Tommy Joseph.
I mean, he must have really disliked those uniforms.
I like the ones they wore yesterday instead. Joseph fouls it into the dugout right over the head of Nick Leyva. Joseph hits it fair behind the third base bag. They get the lead runner, and they're not able to turn the double play. Boy, That was an excellent play by Gong over at third. And they nearly did turn the double play. Now they may look at this underneath.
I mean, it is a good play. Makes a very nice play going to his right. But I'm impressed with the throw and then the turn by Harrison at second base.
Well, naked eye, it looked like Tommy beat it, but they are going to review it, and why not? At this point in the game, we're in the top of the 8th inning. That is the tying run over at first. So Mark Carlson and Tony Randazzo will take a peek.
See where Tommy catches first base, the left foot.
Boy, that's really close again. Again, it's a matter of where the ball was. Was it in the glove, or was it like yesterday, just an inch or two outside the glove?
Need to get in that front
You're
foot.
right.
Ben made the point the other day that where you land is totally different. You land in front of that bag.
Well, here we go. He is safe at first. I think it's the same thing as yesterday. You know, they called him safe here, and I don't think they could tell whether the ball was in his glove or not. It's worth the try. I mean, from a Pirates standpoint. So now Ruiz is up with a runner at first base. One ball and no strikes. Ground ball foul. Grounds crew is ready to go.
Tough pitch right there. See the location, change up, starts at the knees. Guess he received it well.
Three balls, two strikes. Inside ball forward, puts runners on first and second. And Freddie Galvis will be the batter. It is starting to rain here in Pittsburgh. At least on one side of the stadium. The other side of the stadium has not felt it yet. Galvis is up right-handed. He's 0 for 3 left-handed. Now time is called. We understand that once it starts, they may not wait too long to put the tarp on the field because it's going to be pretty heavy. Wind is blowing straight out to center field. Freddie Galvis out front.
Because if you get a hold of one straightaway center, she might go a long way. Take a base hit right now, though.
Sure would. Freddie tried to get it out front, but he fouls it back. It's 0-2. Ominous, Matt. Ominous. Runners take their lead. Galvis takes up and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Phillies have their bullpen going. The Pirates are content to let Watson try to work his way out of this. Fly ball right field. It's not deep. Foul territory.
Take it, Win.
Freeze makes the play. Boy, did he stay with that. Woo. Wow, did he stay with that? And he had to.
That's a good play. He takes a peek at where he is, gathers himself, and makes a nice play.
Yeah, I don't want to overstate it too much, but the wind is whipping pretty good. Freddie's watching and hoping. So now lefty on lefty for Ashe. Interesting. The last couple of days, Pete's put Tyler Goodell in this spot. I asked him about it the other day. He said, you know, it's just a field thing more than anything else. But he keeps Ashe in. We got to get Murph an umbrella. Maybe a tent.
Where's yours?
It's in my suitcase. I did not anticipate inclement weather today. No balls, 2 strikes to Cody. Swing and a miss. Actually, it was a foul tip. Diaz hangs on, and the side is retired. The Phillies do get a couple base runners. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. 1-run lead for the Pirates. To the bottom of the 8th inning here at PNC Park. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1-2-3 Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. As the rain falls, Hector Neris will take over. They've taken the cover off the tarp. That's step 1. Starling Marte will start it off against Neris. First pitch is in there. It's 0-1. Marte's had a good day. He is 3 for 3. He's double the last time. Set the tone for that last inning Velasquez threw.
I hate to tell you, Tom, but those clouds are coming in quick.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. Marte strikes out. So Hector gets the first out. And now Matt Joyce is the batter. Here's Gong, who's going to bat. The lineup change with Rodriguez going to left, Polanco to right. It took Joyce out of the game. Gong came in to play third. So it'll be Gong, then Harrison. Mercer bats ninth at the knees, and it's 0-2. Melanson starting to throw in the bullpen. There he is. Line drive, base hit it to left center field. Gong takes his turn around first. He'll hold up there. So 1-out single. After the ball game, don't forget, Tommy Green is going to be along with Marshall Harris to break down today's ball game between the Phils and the Pirates. Only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies post-game live. Don't let Marshall fool you. He's going to be behind the desk, but he's going to be wearing shorts.
The fifth spot in the order has been a pretty good day so far.
Sure has.
3 for 3. 2 runs scored, a home run, 2 RBIs.
Harrison takes way outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. That one's out to left center field. It's not deep. Ashe comes running in, and he makes the shoestring catch. I'm with Cody. I thought that ball was going a little farther than it did.
Yeah, I think the swing got it. Then fooled a little bit. The big swing hit off the end of the bat. Good concentration, makes a nice play. He's gone from left field to right field. He's covered some ground today.
Well, now Diaz, who is 0 for 3 with an RBI today. The ball slipped out of his hand, Hector's hand. It was a split. They throw behind the runner at first, and Joseph is able to get to it. I think they're going to stop this game in just a moment. I mean, it's starting to rain pretty hard. And here we go. That's it. All right, so they're going to put the tarp on the field with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. I don't think they have any choice. The rain's going to get harder for a little bit, and they got to get it covered. So hopefully the Phillies, after this break, will get back and get some runs offensively. They trail it 5-4. Now the grounds crew will quickly put the tarp on the field. So runner at first, 2 men down, 5-4. The Pirates on top. They're just about ready to go. The home plate umpire and the crew chief, Tony Randazzo, just met with Pete McCadden at home plate. Tony went over to his spot at second base. That's where he's standing right now. Tyler Goodell will commit to the ball game, and Goodell will be in left field. And Andrew Bailey will take over on the mound. So Bailey will inherit a 2-ball, no-strike count to Diaz, a runner at first base. And we are ready to go. Here we go. Bailey 3-0, a 4.99 earned run average. So Gong is at first base. Diaz will bat. It's 2 balls and no strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 5-4 Pirates. Melanson had been warming before the rain delay. I don't think that affects him at all. He wasn't throwing that for that long. 2-0 pitch coming to Diaz. Off the end of the bat, floats down the right field line, foul. 2-1. There's Melanson. I think he got his hair cut since the last time we saw him. Everybody's different during rain delays. It was an hour and 32-minute rain delay. Diaz waited all that time to break his bat. By the way, in the Phillies half of the 9th inning, it'll be Peter Borges, Tyler Goodell, and then the top of the order for the Phils. Reminder, Phillies received word right before the rain delay that Andres Blanco is going to be out with a fractured finger. Injury he sustained earlier in this game. Two balls, 1 strike. Three and 1. After Diaz, it'll be Sean Rodriguez. I think if you're Bailey, you want to get this guy right here. There's Rodriguez.
I would concur.
Yeah, he's got some pretty good swings today. Fly ball down the right field line. That'll be out of play. And it's 3-2. Nice job by that young lady to win the battle for that foul ball. Tommy Joseph will not hold Gong on. He's going to be off and running on this pitch anyway. Another one off the end of the bat, foul.
Nice play.
Excellent catch in the vacated area over the Phillies dugout by that gentleman right there. That's why you stay after rain delays.
That's why you do not have to bring a glove.
Pretty good chance that his son got John Jaso's autograph during the rain delay, because he signed for a long time.
That was impressive.
It was really impressive.
Not to catch the autograph.
Yeah.
Well, both of them, actually.
Gong will take off again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. He got it with a breaking ball after an hour and 32-minute rain delay. And a few minutes since. Andrew Bailey gets the strikeout to wrap up the 8th. So last chance for the Phils, down by 1.
here in the top of the ninth, and the Phils with one last chance here in Pittsburgh to take the lead, take this one here, and win the series. After this, on a plane and heading to Florida to take on the Marlins on tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Jeremy Hellickson will start for the Phils tomorrow against Jared Cosart. It was supposed to be Wei-Yin Chen, but he has just been placed on the 15-day disabled list. Jared Eichhoff Tuesday versus Tom Kohler, and on Wednesday it'll be Zach Eflin and Adam Conley. But guys, Tom, as I hand this one back to you, a reminder, this one's not over yet.
All right, Murph. Well, wherever you are in the ballpark, we hope you're safe. We hope you're dry. And we hope that hair is doing okay.
Thank you for all of that.
We go to the top of the ninth inning. Mark Melancon. Mark Melancon will take over. 1-1 with a 1.55 earned run average. He has one save in this series. So he'll face Peter Borges, Tyler Goodell, and then the top of the order for the Phils.
We saw Melancon last night, not overpowering, or yesterday afternoon, sorry. He'll top it up with 92, 93. Loves that backdoor cutter to the left-handed hitters. Has a very good 12-6 curveball as well.
First pitch is dribbled out in front of the plate. Diaz says he has it, and he fires to first in time. So one quick out. There at the top of the ninth inning. We mentioned the Phillies had a 4-2 lead in this ball game. And you go back to the inning that the Pirates tied the game up, which was the bottom of the sixth inning. They had just taken a 4-2 lead. The Phillies had on Herrera's home run. Starling Marte was buried in the count, 2 strikes. And Vince Velasquez allowed a double to lead off the inning, and then Matt Joyce smoked a 2-run home run to tie it. Here's Tyler Goodell up for the first time. Tyler hitting .212, 4 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outside, 2-1. Two balls and 1 strike to Goodell. Outside, it's 3-1. All right, so Tyler's got good wheels. You get him on base, then you've got a potential to get something going. Cesar Hernandez, who's had a good series, is the on-deck batter. Melancon has blown 3 saves so far this year. 3-2. All right, so it's go time for Tyler Goodell. Got a little rivalry brewing amongst friends. Tyler spoils it toward the second deck. Back toward the middle. Harrison gets to it, flips in time. Well, Harrison made a nice play on that to charge it. So 1 out, or 2 outs, I should say, 1 out away from taking this series are the Pirates. And we go back to the top of the order for Hernandez.
This is a good play, knowing that you get a quick runner, you need to come in, field it cleanly, and what's the reaction of the guy on the left?
Of course, the kid in the Phillies had a little disgusted by that. All right, so Cesar is 3 for 4 today with an RBI, 5 hits in the series. Last chance for the Phillies. 0-1.
I said it earlier, he absolutely loves throwing that backdoor cutter, but such a dangerous pitch because you're throwing everything towards the barrel. If he makes a mistake. But the thing about him is that he moves the ball in and out. You throw a cutter thinking you're going to get a cutter inside. We saw it by Freddie Galvis last night. Yesterday, he backed off the plate doing the big curveball. He's only allowed 2 home runs this year.
Well, that tells you that he's missing the barrel big time.
Yeah.
No balls and 2 strikes to Hernandez. Little dribbler foul. This is one of those games that if the Phillies wind up losing it, it's one of those that you look at and say, got away. Really did. They've had a couple of them since the All-Star break that you could point that way. Meanwhile, for the Pirates, they're trying to keep pace with the Cubs, who are leading the Brewers in the bottom of the 9th inning. The 0-2 pitch. In the dirt, 1-2. I guess you could also say that the Cubs are trying to keep pace with the Marlins and the Mets. Mets have already won that ball game 3-0. Pace for the wild card. And now the 1-2 pitch. There's still hope. Toyota Major League Scoreboard. How about Story with his 27th home run? Arenado is 25th. Looks like they're making Coors Field look small today. Cesar hits it the opposite way. Gong has it. Boy, you got a good hop. Throws long across the diamond just in time to get Cesar Hernandez. And the ball game is over. The Pirates have taken 2 of 3 from their cross-state rivals. They win it today by a final of 5-4. Well, this is a tough one for the Phillies. They had a 4-2 lead going into the 6th inning, and the Pirates scored 2 in the 6th. They added a home run by Adam Frazier, who is our Chevrolet player of the game. That came in the 7th inning. His first major league home run after hitting only 3 in about 1,500 at-bats in the minor leagues. Clint Hurdle liking this homestand that his team has put together. They win it today 5-4. We'll be back to Pittsburgh at PNC Park to wrap things up right after this.